Hey everybody, welcome, welcome. I think we're live. So let me make sure that I've got the volume turned off on this guy. And all right, I think we're good there. I can follow along in the chat. All right, good. All right, hey Kevin. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, dude, it is. It's Wednesday. Good day. So I wanted to joint some edges on the table saw. So I've got a bunch of these hardwood floorboards that I've previously worked with, and they've got these tongue and groove systems on them. But as you can see, the adhesive and whatever else, when they, I got these boards from someone who was just getting rid of them on Facebook Marketplace, and so I really can't reuse the tongue and groove on these. So I'm just going to rip them off. And so I've got a little jointing jig that I put together. I previously showed you this jointing jig and noticed some errors on it. One of which was that my edge was not actually all that flat. And so I made this one, cutting a straight edge on it with a track saw, and then used this jig to joint this edge on this one. So I've got a smaller version and now the longer version. So this one is long enough to support, I think, all of the boards that I'll need to run through. If not, I guess we'll find out. So the way this thing works, I'll just do one at a time here instead of two. So the way this thing works, I've got some match fit hardware in here. So I've just got a dovetail groove cut in here. And so I'm using my match fit hardware that is dovetail shaped. So I'll just slide that in to wherever it needs to go. And then I've just taken some scrap plywood and some scrap offcut of this material, and which is just the just got to have a bunch of these little chunks over here that I cut off earlier. So I just took a couple of small pieces that are a little bit thinner than the hardwood boards that I'm cutting here. And so then I can just fit these guys in there. So I've got the plywood. I've got pretty much the same material that I'm working with here on the back side, so it'll be supported over there. And then I've got some sandpaper to help it adhere a little bit better, so it grips the workpiece more. And so I will just line these up so that it's taking off just enough so that I'm keeping all of the wood that's there and getting rid of the stuff that I don't need or want. So the way I've been doing it is kind of looking at it from this side, because there's a bit of a lip. I don't know how well you can tell, but there's a bit of a lip right here. And this lip is, I think, a little bit further in than this lip up here. So I've been basing it off of that. So if I've got any of that lip overhanging, then I should be good to go. on locking it in. And this side has a little bit of, it's beat up a little bit. I don't know how well you can tell. So not the nice, smooth tongue part. It's kind of gotten beaten up as they took it out. So I just want to make sure that I've got an edge all the way over there. And that looks like it should be fine. So I'll just lock that in. So then on this jig, I just need to follow this jointed edge against my my fence, and then that should give me a jointed edge on the hardwood, because my fence is 5 inches open, which is the width of my board of my jig here. So we've got Kevin, we've got DFW Junkie, and Corel Parisa. Hello, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. So before I turn on the table saw, I'm going to put on my protection, some ear protection. I feel like I should have more protection than this, but we'll call it good. I'm going to shift the camera over a little bit so that my jig doesn't interfere. And I can shift this down a little bit without losing anything, and that should give you a little bit better view of the actual jointing going on. Let me know if that is a good view or not, if you want something different. And here we go. All right, so now we get to inspect how well we did. And looks like we didn't go quite deep enough. You can see there's still a lip right here and still a little bit of a lip right there. So I'm going to go again and just take off a little hair. Just a little bit more. Let's see if that's a bit more than I was anticipating. So right about there, that should be enough. And I don't want to lose more wood than I have to, because you always want to have enough wood. All right, here we go. Hopefully that's enough. All right, so we got a little, some burn marks, but that's not the worst thing in the world. And we've got nice, smooth, jointed edge. So I will take that as a win. And Put that in the gun pile, ready for ripping. So then, now that I've got that nice edge here, I can run that edge against my fence when I'm ready to get rid of this side, to get rid of all the imperfections over here. So that's the plan. We're just moving right along. Oh, looks like we got some chat to catch up on. We got Lunar says hello. Thanks, Lunar. Thanks for joining us. Christian Hansen, go Cougars. I agree, man. Let's go. What am I making? Yeah, Chris, you bought a jointer last year. I've got a jointer as well. But with this material, I think it's just a little bit easier and quicker to do one pass on the table saw instead of potentially multiple passes on the jointer. Plus, with as long as some of this material is, my jointer, the bed is only maybe this long, and so I'd be jointing material that's more than double, in some cases, maybe more than double the length of my jointer bed, and that's not really recommended, I don't think. So this way I can get all of the jointing done in one fell swoop, except that last one that I did 2 passes, but you will ignore that for a second. So I think this can end up being a lot quicker and maybe better, I don't know. And then, yeah, go Cougars. Thanks, Christian. And then what am I making? That is a great question. I'm not sure yet. I got these oak hardwood floorboards from somebody who was just getting rid of them on Facebook Marketplace. And I thought, hey, you know what? I could do something with those. And not really thinking about how much work it was going to be to actually get them in a usable state. So they had a bunch of nails in them. You can kind of see the nail holes here. And then on that board we just finished, is it this one? Yeah, I think so. So it's got the nails here, but then also on the side, on the edge. So I had to pull out all the nails. I did that in a previous live video. And then I had to plane them down. Did that in a previous live video. You can see this one, it's got a big chunk missing right here. So anyway, so I'm gonna joint off the tongue side first, and then I'll rip off the groove side later after I finish jointing all of these. So what am I going to do with these when they're all ready to actually do something with? I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. So what do you guys think I should make? I saw somebody say a table on a previous live when I was doing, I think the planing, or maybe when I was doing the nail removal. I think somebody said a coffee table. But I am not. I have not committed to anything in particular yet for these boards. So if any of you think of anything in particular that you think I should be making out of these oak hardwood boards, let me know in the chat. Or if you're watching this after the live is over, let me know in the comments. And I just want to see. I'm going to loosen that a little bit. I don't want to joint off any more than I have to. So I want to have as much wood here as possible, as much usable wood as is often advisable. And so I'm just trying to position it so that I get rid of everything that won't make it perfectly flat all the way across. So that looks like it should work. And that's tightened down about as much as it will go. And let's see. All right, so I think I'm ready for the next go here. Wish me luck. So a fair amount of burning on that pass, but it cut. So that should work. On to the next. And I'll try not to get too many splinters in my hand. What would probably make this a lot quicker and easier is if instead of these plywood scraps, if I had some, just some toggle down clamps that I could use, they could still use my match fit groove, but it would just make it a lot quicker instead of having to unscrew these and screw them back down. But as far as I know, I don't have any of those, so that would cost me money. And I did have scrap plywood and this other match fit hardware. So this method didn't cost me anything, whereas getting the clamps would. So sometimes I'm willing to forego a little bit of speed to save a few bucks. Although maybe the saving of the dollars would be a lot less valuable to me than the time that I'm losing in screwing and unscrewing. Although, really, do you ever lose time when you're screwing? Here we go. Again, a fair amount of burning over here, but a little bit in other places, but not too bad overall, and I'll take it. Got some splinters on my finger there, but it'll be okay. Move faster, it won't burn. Yeah, I should. I just want to make sure that I'm not getting any more splinters in my fingers than I need to, because as I'm pushing it through, I want to keep it up against the fence, right? And so, I'm trying to guide it here, but at the same time, the work piece is up off of the table, and so I've got some dust collection connected to the table saw, but the dust collection isn't doing very much right now because it's just shooting it toward me instead of kind of going down. And so my arm is getting pelted with that. But even so, I'm trying to keep this up against the edge of the fence, keep it up against the fence so that I've got a nice flat surface on the jointed edge. And so trying not to go too fast so that I control it, but I also don't want to go too slow because, as you said, that causes some burning if I'm not getting through it quick enough. I think I also might need to sharpen my blade or replace my blade or both. So it's been a while since I've had it sharpened. So I don't get a ton of use out of the table saw, so maybe it's fine, but Maybe not. Okay. This board is a little bowed. So in the middle, don't have much. I've got the lip sticking out more on the ends and not as much in the middle. So if that makes sense. So I didn't have this plywood angled enough over this way. And so when I got here, it was turned a little, so it was hitting my fence and wouldn't let me keep going. So once I have it far enough in that I can start using the push stick, then you have a lot less burning going on in these last sections, just because I can push it through. But this one didn't do too bad at all, except for where I had to stop it. So I was making a concerted effort to push it through a little faster that time, like you had suggested. Christian said, had a 20-pound piece of oak hit me in the stomach on a kickback. Thought I had internal bleeding. Yeah. Hey, my honey's handmade. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I do not want to have any oak hit me in the stomach or anywhere else, really. So, hey, my honeys, how did your live go earlier today? Remember you saying you were going to do a live, but I wasn't able to catch any of it. So tell us how it went and post a link for your channel so anyone who's interested can see the fun stuff you're doing. Mine is handmade, does a lot of woodworking stuff, does a lot on the lathe. I've got a lathe, but I still haven't used mine. One of these days it's an old lathe. And so, whoa, it was manufactured probably somewhere in the 1938, 1937 round range. I'll give you a quick look. It's got a bunch of willow wood piled up on it right now, but there's the lathe. It's an old Craftsman with a 1/4 horsepower motor. And here's the power. Here's the power switch. So anyway, it's an old machine, and I've cleaned out the oil reservoirs on it. Did that in a prior live. So there's oil reservoirs right here. So I cleaned those out and put fresh oil in them. But before I use it, I want to switch out the power as well. So I'll get to it one of these days. Anyway, let's see. So it was good. Made a miniature stool for a plant stand. Also started a hollow form. Cool. And then, yeah, he's got his handle there. If anyone wants to throw that, let's see, at My Honey's Handmade 1077, just throw that in your YouTube search, and you can find My Honey's channel and watch the cool stuff he does. And all right. Hey, not as much burning that time. So a little bit of burning down here, but then the most of the rest of it is burn free. So just hope I'm not sacrificing quality of cut for lack of burn, because I'd rather have a nice clean cut than a burn free edge. That makes sense. And tighten down that side, just over here. Tighten down this side. And then I just need to make sure that I've got a little bit of clearance so that it doesn't catch on the fence like it did before on the other one. Would be good. Not too bad. A little bit of burn mark there. Otherwise, pretty clean. I'm in the fennel tomorrow. I'm finishing the plant stand. I'm in the fennel. I don't think I know what you mean by fennel. Isn't that what licorice is made out of? Enlighten me. My honey's handmade. All right. So there we go. That gets pretty jammed in there. I'm just going to adjust that a little bit this way. Adjust this one a little bit this way. Slide that in. Tighten that down mostly. Tighten this one down mostly. Check it. I need to bring that one up a tiny bit. I can lock that in. And just that. Whoa. Okay, I think that's enough. We'll see after I run it through. So that one was a little tenuous because on the previous cuts, I had this further over here. So it was easy to use my push stick right there because this one, catches right there on the back. But with this in place, it wouldn't actually catch. I didn't have enough distance. So I ended up going and just using the connection on here. And on previous times when I was using a similar jig, the smaller one, I had this set up closer to the edge, so I was using this anyway, and it wasn't really that big of a deal. But on this one, pushing it through, up here, I started getting a little, since my outfeed is a little bit lower than my table saw, it's started coming up a little bit. I don't know if you can tell. And so I was concerned that it wouldn't cut actually all the way through here, but it did. So, but I think I'm going to reposition this guy to either be further over here or further over there. But still got a decent cut. And, all right, this smaller guy, I think I will take this opportunity to reposition this guy closer to the edge. Here we go. Oh, it's go. Not too bad. Hey, Shoop, thanks for dropping in to leave a like. Anyone else who wants to leave a like is welcome to do so. Appreciate it. Eulaldo Vega Sanchez, thanks for being here. Shoop's at work, but we'll catch next time. Awesome. Yeah, hit the like button. Hey, D Ruiz 22, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. I believe I've seen you on Dad's Workshop channel, right? Is that where I've seen you, and maybe other places too? All right. You can let Calvin know that I was expecting him for my 12:30 Eastern showing here, but he doesn't make it. It'll be all right. All right. Oh, you know what I've got? There's a big old chunk missing here in the middle, but I think what I might end up doing is just cutting out that chunk so that I don't have to waste as much along the edge for everywhere else. See if that's, I think that should take off enough. All right. All right, now see how this one extends a little bit beyond. So that means that I've only got this much, you know, so what, 6, 7 inches of the jig registering against the fence before the blade starts contacting it. Not a lot, but it should be enough to keep it relatively good. But there's no way I could get any meaningful deal on using this version of the jointing edge to just be extending way beyond. I wouldn't even be registering on the fence at all before it was hitting the blade. So, and Wes's channel too. Yep, you know, share the love. Yeah, it is definitely nice. Share the love, man. And be sure to, if I don't make it to the Dad's Workshops live tomorrow, let them know that they missed out on my 12:30 a.m. Eastern live. When I got to this part, it got really easy all of a sudden, and so I was concerned that something was going wrong. But then I remembered that it's just nothing there. But a fair amount of burning on that one. I was going pretty slow all through here, just trying to manage the length of it without having to making sure I could still register against the fence. So. Not the worst thing in the world, like I said before. Go. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, Shoop's Workshop also has a pretty cool channel, so you can check them out. Ruiz, do you have a channel? I don't know that I've seen any of your content so far. If so, we need to let you share a link so you can let people know about it. Yeah, again, a fair amount of burning. It looks like we've got a chunk missing there, which looks like it could be because of looks like there was a nail hole right there. and maybe a bit of a knot as well. So I'm not sure if that's because of me cutting it or if it was kind of already there. So either way, got a little imperfection, but you know what? All of us do. We are all imperfect in our own way. Let's see here. And you can see this board is bowed a little bit. So it kind of separates from the jig. So hopefully you don't have too much trouble with that. And let me know in the chat, is this a good view? Do you want a different angle? Maybe a side view, or a little bit different? Pretty pleased with that cut. Let me set up the next board here. And go get this one ready to go, and then maybe adjust the view for you, see if there's a different or better view than what I've had you at so far. But let me know if you like this view better, if you'd rather just stick where you are, or if you're really tired of this view, you want something different. All right, let's see if we can do a slightly different angle here. Let's do something like this for a second. See how well you like the focus on the table saw. Here's the view of that board. A little bit of burning, not too bad. What do you guys think? How do you like that view? How does that compare to what we had before? You like it better, worse, indifferent? Oh. I said I want to make it so that this lip is just barely visible all the way along. So this one is bowed a little bit because I've got a lot more of the lip visible over here than I do in the center. So that should work. All right, I'll run this one through at this angle, and then I'll check the chat, see if you like this one better or worse than the other options. Right. Okay. All right. So, moment of truth. Did you like that better or worse? See what you say. And no comment. Okay. So, I guess I'll just leave it there for a minute. Or do an angle like that, which should make things a little bit easier for me to work with here. And really, that's what you all are most concerned about, is how easy it is for me, right? Tighten it a little bit so I can gauge. Okay. So this is another one where the lip here and here is higher than it is in the center. So and it also bows out. So that should be enough. So in addition to the board bowing this way, it's also bowing this way. terrible. A little bit of burning on a couple spots there, but nice smooth edge. Okay. So I am in Boise, or near Boise, Idaho, anyway. Not quite in the capital city. Where are you guys all watching from? Are you in the mountain time zone of the USA like I am, or are you late night East Coasters? Or watching from some other part of the world? Let me know in the chat where you're watching from. You may notice that my after I turn off the saw, that the blade stops spinning, but then there's still noise, and that's because I've got it hooked up to a shop vac underneath. It's also connected to a cyclone separator. You can see, really, I stopped momentarily a couple times, so you can see these very pronounced burn marks from when the blade was in those positions. And again, just using match fit hardware here so that I can slide my hold down on the just up and down that groove that I cut with my homemade router table. Speaking of the homemade router table, it's actually what I'm using for my outfeed support. That's why there's a hole in the middle there with a match fit bit in there. All right. Orlando Araujo. Good to see you, man. Wayne Schwader says hello. Or Walter. Did I say Wayne? Man, I think I need to clean off my eye protection here. I can't tell the difference between Wayne and Walter. Whew. Walter, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And Orlando Araujo, thanks for joining us too, man. All right. Here we go. Blade stopped spinning. Shot vac is still making some noise as it goes. The shot vac runs for a few seconds after the table saw shuts off, so it can collect all of the dust from the cuts. So it'll keep running even after the table saw is done. That's how it's supposed to work. There we go. And this is a little bit longer board. So it extends a little bit beyond the jig. You know, have to be careful if these plywood hold downs are at too much of an angle. A little bit earlier, it caught as I was trying to get it past the fence. So I just have to make sure that they're aligned such that they're further over from the edge than where the fence is going to be. That one did not want to stay down. Had to kind of keep pushing it down so that it wouldn't raise up higher than the level of the blade. Had to go a bit slower, and that's why I have a lot more burning on that one. All right, so I'm getting through a lot of the longer pieces that I have over here. So once I get through all the long stuff, I'll take it down to use the smaller jig, so I don't have to navigate the big long jig every time on the smaller stock. All right, let me give you a little bit refreshed angle here again. Make you watch me now. Go. I own Bitcoin. Thanks for watching. And in the chat, just let me know where you're watching from. I don't know how well you can see, but I'm getting pretty well pelted with this sawdust coming off. Just pretty amazing. So looks like I didn't cut that one as close as I probably needed to. So there's still a little bit of a dip there, or a little groove, and then a little bit of a lip right there. So I'm going to redo that one and just shave off a smidgen more. The trick is going to be measuring that smidgen. Over on this end, I think I've already taken off enough. I'm just going to try to make that flush to the jig. And then, well, actually, it seems like the issue is just kind of more in the middle. So tighten that down. Not quite flush anymore. So let's see how that does. Did all right. We've still got a little bit of a groove here in the middle, but I'm not going to worry about that because it feels like we got rid of the whole lip down on the bottom. So I'm presuming that I'm going to glue that up to one of these other boards. And so that groove in the middle isn't going to be noticeable or seen or anything because it'll be glued to something else. All right, this one's kind of a longer board. So I think I'm going to have a little bit of the excess on both ends. Generally, I've only had the excess on the leading end, but I think it'll probably be better to have it on both sides, so that way, if so it's just less of an issue. All right. All right. Here we go. You know, that's just getting pelted. Take that. Let's see. A few more of the longer ones here. So I didn't take off enough there. So I will shave off a bit more. Seems like it's basically from right in here until right in there mostly. All right, similarly to the other one, I've gotten rid of the lower lip, but still have a little bit of that upper groove. which I'm going to call good enough. Let's see, what other long ones do we have here? All right. Huh. One was maybe leaking out some kind of dust before I even got it over here. All right. Should actually be pretty good. Oh man, did it again. A little bit of a lip down there. And I've got the groove from here all the way to in here. Shave off a little bit more. Get rid of that lip. And even if the groove remains, it should be fine. I guess I should have inspected it before I loosened these, but yeah, looks like I mostly got rid of the groove in addition to the lip. What else do we have that's too long for this one? Here. All right, so I just have 3 that are much longer than that. Actually, I'm not sure if I even want to bother with this one, but it's so thin, but why not? Plus it's cracked here in the middle. So might not be even really worth saving too much, but might end up as mostly firewood anyway, but we'll give it a go. See what we can get out of this one. Ikai? Brisiero? Why the hell do these people keep showing? Hey, thanks for the feedback. Appreciate it. Is there anything in particular that you think that I'm doing incorrectly? Because I'd love to learn. So let me know what you think I'm doing wrong. Which, hey, there could be lots of things I'm doing wrong, but let me know. Let me learn. Yeah. Oh, it's not too bad, but I don't know if you can, how well it comes through on the camera, but looks like there's a little bit of adhesive and stuff that I didn't get off. So I'm just going to shave off a little bit more. In the meantime, as I'm doing that, hopefully we can get some answers as to the many things that I'm doing incorrectly. If anyone else knows what I'm doing wrong or what I could be doing better, let me know. Love to learn. Riziero Benedettini. Probably murdered that, but that's better. It's still not a great piece to work with, but smoother. I think I got all the adhesive off that time. And this might be the only one left that's worth using this bigger jig for. Okay, a little bit of burning. And I'll do one more on the big jig. And then I'll switch these hold downs over to the smaller jig for the smaller stock. All right, let's see if that'll work. Okay, pretty well. Just a little bit of burning in there. And now I think everything is, oh wait, no, there's one more. I'm not sure why I didn't notice this one before, but one more I think that's significantly longer than the other jig. And oh, not quite far enough again. So got a little bit of lip here and a little bit of groove there. So I'll go again. Here we go again. Okay, still have a little bit of a groove here and here, but my lip is gone on the bottom, so good enough for me. All right, so with that, I think it's time to switch to this other smaller jig. I was using this before and realized that my edge was not actually fully straight. So going against the fence, it wasn't really giving me a truly jointed edge. So I made this one with a, oh geez, it doesn't want to come out, does it? All the sawdust has collected in there, and it doesn't want to come out. There we go. And I haven't waxed these grooves or anything, so they're not the greatest for moving around. And especially when they've got all this sawdust in them. All right, let's take that one out this side. And let me see if this will fit on the wall over here. Looks like it, mostly. Run into some of my other jigs over there, but all right. Then all right, now I just have a smaller version of the same thing. And I'll start with this guy. Not sure why I didn't cut that side off. So you can tell that this is a little bit different shade than this because this was thinner. So when I was planing these, that didn't get planed. And so it still has some of the hardwood floor finish on it. So this board was probably up against an edge in their flooring. And so it doesn't have a tongue on it. It has a groove on this side, but not a tongue on this side. So I'm assuming that's because they cut it before they placed it. So I just needed to shave off the adhesive and everything here to make it a nice smooth edge. But before I do that, all right, so this jig is a little bit wider than the other jig. And so I'm just going to run it through at the same width here. And so it should, actually I've got this pushing out there. So yeah, because I jointed this edge, it's a little bit thinner than it used to be. So I don't have as much play with the hold downs as I used to. Yeah, and this one's poking out too. So actually that one's poking out too much. All right, I think I need to shave off a little bit of this guy, but the screws that I have in there are too close to the edge because I've already shaved these off when I realized my error before. So I need to shave off a little bit more of this guy. So I'm going to need to move these screws before I do that. So let me get the match fit hardware off. Okay. This guy has enough clearance. This one does not. So battery seems a little low on this guy. Oh, no, he's plenty. All right. I think if I just swing him around, and let me find my whoa, crap. Just dropped a bunch of brad nails everywhere. Was that on camera? Yeah, probably. Clean up that mess. Okay. Just get those out of the way. And get the drill, use the drill bit, and let me see if this is the one that I previously set up. That might be. But I'm not going to bottom that out either way. These are nice and easy. Nice and easy. All right, so those screws are below the level of the wood. All right, now I can trim off a sliver and not have to worry about anything there. So let me get my crosscut sled. Move all that out of the way. Oh, what else did I drop? Oh. You know what? Maybe I should clear out the sawdust from the miter slots. All right. Maybe the crosscut sled will go in there a little bit easier now. There we go. And give you guys a look from over here. So I need the blade to be higher. Out there. And all right. I think I'll just take off about a blade's width, about 1/8 of an inch, I think. And you know what? I think I'm going to do the same with the other one, just so it's a little bit easier to work with. All right. Turns out that was a little more than a blade's width, but the screws should be safe on this one. All right, get the crosscut sled back out of the way. And along with whatever other plywood was flying out of my path there, lower this back down. That's probably close to where it needs to be. And then I need to reconstruct my all right. Now I'm going to reconstruct my jig. That guy there. And I've got plenty of clearance there between the edge of the jig and for the fence. So if I tighten it down like that, it'll hit my fence, and that's bad. Okay. Now I've got going down here. I'll put this pretty close to the edge. Okay. So now need a little bit more clearance on that guy. All right. Like I was saying before, I just need to take off, shave off a little bit here. And I want this to be pretty much in line that, so I've got plenty of clearance. Plenty of clearance there. Tighten that guy down. Okay. Now I'm just going to test how much higher I need the blade to be. I like it so that the carbide teeth clear it. And call that good. Now I need to reset my fence so it's the appropriate width. There we go. All right. I think that's ready to go. Let me check in on chat. Seems like it's been a while since I've seen how you guys are doing. Barry Barnes Jones, thanks for joining us. Great that you use these types of jigs for safety. Yeah, it's not just for safety, Barry. It's also just to be able to get the get the job done. But safety is not a bad way to go either. Marcelo Pasqua and John, and I'm not sure how to pronounce the other name there, but thank you all for joining me. Appreciate it. Let me get my push stick back in place. Make sure that I've placed my fence in a place that will be good. All right. I think we're ready to go. And as I mentioned before, this jig is still a little bit wider than the longer jig that I was using earlier. So as I go on this first pass, it'll just cut it to the 5 inches width that I've got it set at right now. So I had a little bit of burning, but on the downside, I didn't take off all the adhesive over here. So I'm gonna push this guy out a little bit more and just run him through again. Yeah, that'll work. Again, a little bit of burning, but like I said, not too worried about that. All right, see how that does. No, it did pretty well, except I don't think I think I need to cut more off of my jig. because I don't know how well you can see, but down here it's flush, and up here it's not. So I think I'm gonna make this. I think my jig must have been too short or too narrow over here already. So I'm going to bring my fence in a little bit. So that's about a 16th. Let's see if that's enough. Yeah, that feels flush now. So I think that cut off enough. And not too bad of a cut. I mean, it was just a 16th, but a little bit of burning here and over there, but otherwise not too bad. Yeah. I'm going to get a drink real quick. All right. That's better. There we go. There we go. Not too bad at all. Just a tiny little burning few spots there. I will take that for sure. John says I'm doing a good job. I'm presuming he's talking to me. John thinks somebody's doing a good job, whether it's me or someone else. Maybe he's talking about how well someone else is doing in the. If you're talking about me, John, I appreciate your kind words. There we go. All right. Not too shabby. A little bit easier on these shorter boards. It's easy to control the cut when it's only 20 or 30 inches long instead of 50 or 60. And again, for those of you who may not have been here earlier, these are the nail holes, because these were, in a former life, they were oak hardwood floorboards in somebody's house. So in previous lives, I've removed the nails and planed them down. So now we're jointing on the table saw. And then once we get them all jointed, we can start ripping also on the table saw. At least that's my intention. Not sure of a better place to rip than on the table saw, but if any of you know of a better place to rip the wood on the table saw, please let me know. As I was saying earlier, I love to learn. And pretty good one. I did pretty well, except right here at the end. Looks like there's some imperfections there. I'm just going to slide this board over a little bit. Try to shave off whatever is needed there to make it smooth. That's close enough. Got a little bit of a imperfection there, so looks like it's from the nail. So the nail went in right there, just like the nail there and there. So it went in there, came out right here. So yeah, I'm not worried about that. getting into some pretty small pieces left. Hey, Ashok. Hello. Thanks for joining us. Everyone who's watching, feel free to jump in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. I am broadcasting from Idaho in the United States. It is, let's see what time it is here. It is 12:34 a.m. here. Let me know where you're watching from, what time it is. And there we go. So getting increasingly smaller, or maybe decreasingly bigger. Started tightening this one instead of loosening it. That one seemed to bind up a little bit, maybe because of something funky with this one. Felt like it kind of was getting caught on the back side, or on the left hand side of the blade as you're looking at it from the feed side. And that caused it to get a little bit of a ripple right there. So I'm just gonna try to clean that off. Shave a little bit off. better. All right. And this little guy seems to be the last one. And it looks like I tried, oh, this is one that I was trying to work with earlier on a different jointing jig, and it didn't work. So I thought it was being brilliant with this other jointing jig idea, and it just didn't work. All right. So now I believe done with the jointing jig for now. All right. Let's do a little bit of cleanup here. All right. So let me show you what I have printed so far. So there's this stack of boards, and then the stuff under the track saw also. And then these are a lot of the offcuts from the jointing. Here's a lot of the sawdust that's been pelting me. So you get a understanding of what I've been going through, just so that you all get to enjoy this jointing process. All right, so the next step is ripping. And let's see, we got Dr. Victor Zabala in the 2:35 a.m. Govind Raj says hello. Thank you, Doctor and Govind, for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, so should I continue and start ripping, or should I call it a night? What do you guys think? Keep going, on to the next process, Whatever I choose, my blade is higher than it needs to be right now because I no longer need to use the jig, which pushes the workpiece up. So now I can be down closer to the ground or closer to the table saw table. And so right around there is just fine. So for this one, I'll probably be adjusting my my fence a lot. So I've got this zero clearance throat plate. So it should be, oh, actually, you know what? Ooh, this is dangerous. What in the world was I thinking? For an alternate jig that I was trying the other day, or last night, I think, not on a live, I needed to not have my riving knife in. And so I took it out, but then I guess I forgot to put it back in. So always use your riving knife if possible, people. That helps prevent kickback. So it's a lot safer that way. All right. Whew. But anyway, as I was saying on my zero clearance throat plate, which is one of the reasons why I've removed the riving knife in the past, is to make the throat plate. But it should basically tell me exactly where the blade is going to cut. So I should be able to tell how to place this board so that it'll actually get cut. But you never know. All right, let's give it a go with, so I got the fence locked into place right there. So let's see if it works. I'm expecting it to. And actually, let me just, okay. I want to make sure that my lip here is enough to push the workpiece, but not so deep that it hits the table of the table saw. I want it to fully seat on the workpiece. All right, so that's ripped. Got a flat edge there, burnt flat edge, but and it's got a little bit of imperfection right in there, but you know what? None of my work is perfect, so we'll call it good enough. I just need to figure out where I want to put the ripped boards so that they're not in the way. I think I'll just make some space over here. There we go. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to be adjusting this a lot. Okay. Apparently this board is wider over here than it is over here. It's got a chunk taken out of it over here. I thought I was lining up the narrow end, but I was not. So let's make this a little narrower. There we go. There we go. I don't like the spot I've selected so far for my finished goods. The problem is that I've got too much crap in here. So I'm going to move these guys. These are oak floorboards that I didn't properly plane. So I'll move these out of the way. And then put the finished stuff where those were. And by finished, I don't mean have a finished applied. Oh, looks like there's some smaller stuff down here too. There we go. Okay. Go. And looks like we need to measure from the other side here. Once again, narrower on this end than on the other end. So Got some chunks here, chunks there. I think I'm going to shave off a little bit more of this, about maybe a hair more than a blade's width. Yeah, it's probably close to 2 blades width that I took. If you like what you're watching, feel free to hit the like button or subscribe or share a comment. Of course, you can share a comment or subscribe even if you don't like what you're watching. Probably needs a shave when I take it off. Let's see who we got here. Jason Rosen. Not sure what that is. Bible Shoe. Thanks for joining us. Sammy, hello. And AF Massey, good to see someone doing something productive. Hey, who said this is productive, man? This is destructive. I'm destroying these boards. Yeah, it can be tough to find constructive content nowadays, can't it? Okay. This one's mangled over here, so I think I might end up just cutting off this end and saving as much of this as I can. But this is cut into over here too, so see about where I need to be about there to get that flattened. So I was wrong. Still a little bit more there that's sticking out, but I'm going to be cutting over here. I'll just shave off a little bit more there. Yeah, that's about one blade width. And Kev Massey, right? Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, this is chunked off there too. So again, I might just chop off the end of this one. See, ripping these boards, now that they have a jointed edge, way easier than trying to get the jointed edge with the table saw jig and everything. Takes a little bit of time to adjust the fence for the width of each of these boards. But way less time than it took to mount each board onto the jig, run them through, take them out of the jig, so on and so forth. This one must have been one of the first boards that I jointed because I did the groove side instead of the tongue side. I decided shortly thereafter that I should just focus on removing the tongue side first. You can see all the adhesive and gunk and everything on there that prevents me from using the tongue and groove again. fair amount of burning on that one. That was fun. Huh. Picking up the offcuts, and that picked this board back up, dropped it onto the blade, which then sent it shooting. Hope it didn't damage the face of the board too much. I liked that one. That one turned out pretty well. Trying to pick these out by length, from smallest to longest, shortest to longest, I guess. But getting down to the point where stuff that doesn't get selected wants to fall. So on these longer boards, before I turn on the table saw, I'm trying to put my hand here at the very back, and then use my other hand to keep the board against the fence and against the table. So otherwise the blade wants to kick it back at me, which is not great. And so I always want to be to my left of the blade, because stuff that's in between the blade and the fence is really easy to have kickback on that. That's part of the reason why you want that riving knife back there, because it helps prevent things kicking back. So I'm putting my hand at the very back, putting my other hand here to guide it and keep it from pushing up, keep it against the fence. And that seems to be working pretty well so far. Just have to be careful not to get splinters in this hand, because there's a lot of potential splinters right here. That one did not want to go through so much. It was fighting me pretty much the whole way. Okay. Oh, get some dust collection. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel, I kind of do have dust collection, but it's not collecting very well. Part of the reason is that since these cuts are, for the most part, open, it's a lot better on these ones than it was on the jointing that I was doing earlier, because the boards were up on top of the jig, and so they were basically just shooting right out. But because it's pretty open air, the the dust isn't really even getting down into that blade chamber, which is where the suction happens. So yeah, I would much prefer that my dust collection work a lot better than it is right now, but I wonder if I've filled it up. Maybe I've got my cyclone separator filled up, but you know, let me check that. That could be why nothing is getting suctioned down too. Let's check it out. Okay. You know what? Looks like it is full. Very full. Way too full. Huh. Maybe that's why I'm having difficulty with dust collection. I'm going to dump this stuff. And it's so full. Let me see if go. Just connect the suction back up real quick. And I think my shop vac must also be full because I haven't emptied my cyclone separator enough, because I'm getting very little suction to the cyclone. Yep, this is super full. So let me dump that into there. All right. This should hopefully work a lot better. Should be. Oh, there it is. Should be a rubber band that goes around the filter. And there is, but it broke. So all right, Giuseppe, Amir, Abdul, thanks for coming in. Thanks for joining us. Let me see if I can think of where I've got some filter stuff here. Let me see if I've got a spare rubber band put around that filter. Looks like I do. Thank goodness. All right. Stop vac goes there. Cyclone separator. Goes there. So I'll get the lid on the cyclone separator. Reconnect the hose from the vacuum. The vacuum back upright. All right. Clean off my eyewear, protective eyewear. And let's see if that runs better. Let me check out the suction here. All right, so there's good suction from the vacuum to the cyclone separator. Now I'm going to check the suction from the cyclone separator to the hose to the table saw. Well, there's definitely suction. Let's see how Let's see how well it works. All right. Let's go from this side. And drop things, obviously. That's the way to do it. There we go. All right. Making sure I have the live feed there. Dust collection worked way better on that run. I was just so accustomed to the getting pelted that I didn't really think about the possibility of it being full. But with as much as I've been using the table saw lately, didn't be that surprising. I felt like my hand still got pelted a fair amount on that one, and I didn't take off enough. It's not flat. Let's do it again. That's better. Not perfect, but better. I'm going to take a little bit more off there. Now this one still needs to be planed some more. I'm going to put it over with these other ones that are also in need of additional planing. This one's pretty beat up down here. But pretty good until I get down here and it's a little beat up. I might end up just cutting that off and using a smaller chunk of this to somewhere else. Didn't take enough off of that one. that one might have gotten burned a little bit. Let's see. We got Mohammed and Kevin Ellis. Same brother, been done taking a nap, and man, you're still at it. Yeah, you know what? My brother going back to bed. All right. Hi, Kevin. And hello, whoever that is, whose name I cannot read. It got even more burning that time. This blade might need some sharpening and or replacement. Out for splinters, everybody. All right, so I just have this small one that probably shouldn't even bother with, but for some reason I'm bothering. All right, here goes. Feel the heat. I took a little sliver of the push stick. You can see a little burning right there. And a lot of burning right there. All right. So that's all of them that I'm ready to work with. Kind of hidden just how many boards are there, but a fair number of boards. And then lots of kindling and lots to collect dust. Lots of cleanup to do. So Keith asks, what is my plan for all of those planks? And my plan, Keith, is I don't have a plan yet. I got the hardwood boards, and figured, hey, let me see how much work it is to break them down into usable pieces, and yeah, a lot more work than what I was hoping. So, but these are now in a state that I can start using them for projects. So I was soliciting advice as to what project I should build with them. I've heard table and coffee table, and I think nightstand was the other suggestion that I got from somebody a while ago. So if you like any of those ideas, let me know in the comments. If you prefer some other type of project that has not already been named, let me know. What do you think that these oak boards would do well with? So when you see oak like that, what do you think? Other than flooring. What do you think I should use it for? All right. And Bozidar, hello. Thanks for joining us, man. And I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup here because, yeah, it's in need. Just roll some things back here. Need to take the brakes off here. All right. Yeah, I'm going to unplug the table saw and lower the blade. Actually, I think I've decided to wind it the other direction. But I've been working on this project for a while, so it's been a while since I've actually wound up the table saw cord. All right. And then roll this guy out of the way, and you can kind of see the mess that I'm dealing with here. I don't know if you can appreciate how tall these mounds of sawdust are here. And then the film of sawdust that covers the workbench and the bicycles and basically everything back here. Oh. All right. Let me get the shop back going. Some protection. the hose is getting a little too full, because this cyclone separator is not full yet. But I was getting not so happy noise from the shop vac. Yeah, the shop vac hose is getting a little too full too quickly. So I'm going to eventually take a different tact here. Let's see here. Where is the broom? I think I found it. Buried under the oak floorboards that still to be leveled or planed some more. So here's the shop vac and cyclone separator system I was talking about earlier that I let get overloaded. So I just use this little shop vac. I'm not usually worried about capacity because it connects to the cyclone separator bucket. And as long as I empty that regularly, nothing flows into this really. All right. So the table saw cart is now mostly cleaned off. Okay. Let me see if this is any better now. Not better. Running a suction there. If I take the hoses off, the suction coming out of the cyclone separator is significant. So I need to just stop clogging the hose. Okay, looks like there's some chat comments that I've missed. Let's see here. Would make a good looking jewelry box or a nice blanket chest. Okay. Vantriet, hi. Roman said hi. Satch the Squatch Woodworking said hi. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. And all right. See if that was enough emptied out to get some good suction again. Good. And for a water break. Much better. All right. Okay. Okay. So Satch tried jumping on earlier, but he's a city bus driver by day and doesn't get long breaks. My rim shot sound effect was terrible, but hopefully you guys get the idea. Costal says hello. Thank you, Costal. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Let me continue with my cleanup here. I've got way too much sawdust for the shop vac to be able to handle it because the hose was getting too full. Repeatedly. So, like, okay, guess we'll have to use manpower. At least to start. I'll probably vacuum after sweeping. So that I don't have to worry about getting everything perfect with the broom. And all right. I think the vast majority of the sticks here are just going to go into my kindling collection. Okay. I'll be back. Getting closer here with all right. I'm really good with a broom and dustpan, aren't I? Okay. And try and get these out with the minimum of splinters. All right. All right. And all right. All right. Let's see here. Where's my connector? Did I leave it on the bandsaw? I did. Okay. The lot looks pretty open, easy to get to. Garage is so cluttered that even with the blower, I can't get it all. Yeah. I'm rearranging my garage setup, but my wife always asking me to start to make something, and my ADD always kicking in, start new projects before one is done. Garage stays cluttered. I feel that. I feel that, Satch. I've got I got this project that I started probably close to 2 years ago, year and a half. This project I've been working on, cherry wood kiln, which is mostly done. I've got the lathe project over here with all the willow wood. I've got the maple wood out back that I haven't done anything with yet other than collected. What other projects? Oh, been meaning to do a stand for the planer and jointer. Haven't gotten around to that yet. Yeah, I feel that. I hear you. All sorts of projects that get started and don't get finished. And Ad Albers, thanks for joining us. DMX writer. Yeah. Interesting. ADD, not ADHD. Fine. Don't have to be hyperactive. You can just be just have the attention deficit disorder. But yeah, so much cleaner now. Wish I would have realized earlier that my cyclone separator was full, because maybe I wouldn't have had so much dust everywhere if the cyclone separator had been collecting dust as it's supposed to do. So, all right, I think now that I've got that pretty much cleaned up, I think that's pretty much all I need to do. If you all have any other suggestions on what I should do with the oak floorboards that I've now removed nails from, and you can see where the nail holes were. So I've removed the nails, I've planed them, I've jointed them, I've ripped them, and So is there anything in particular you think I should make with these? Let me know in the chat, or if you're watching this after the fact, in the comments. If you've enjoyed any of this, give me a like, subscribe, all the other good stuff. And I think we'll be wrapping up here pretty quick. So get your comments in before we shut it down. Hey, Mainly Off Grid. Thanks for joining, man. We've just been playing around with some oak hardwood floorboards that I salvaged from somebody that was getting rid of them. So I don't know how well you could see them just now, but here's an example. So they had a bunch of nails in them. So pulled out the nails in a live, planed them in a live, jointed them in a live, some today, some before, ripped them in today's live, and now they're ready for some kind of project. So what do you think I should make with these? All right. You have sub, pretty sure I was already, but you know what YouTube is, yeah. Making a workbench top. Oh, yeah. I mean, I kind of like the workbench top I've got. It's kind of repurposed plywood from the workbench that was already here, and so I've burned some stuff, and these kind of some shiny here from shellac that I've sprayed onto work pieces and stuff. But I actually have some melamine that I got from my brother. He was just looking to get rid of stuff. So I have some melamine that is just wide enough, and I was thinking to pull it out, but I'm not going to. It's just the right size, basically. It's just a little bit bigger than this workbench. So I was actually thinking to put the melamine on the workbench here, but I wouldn't really want to put the oak on the workbench because, and I don't really need oak on my workbench. So that's gonna eat and crash. All right, sounds good, man. I'm gonna be calling it good here pretty soon as well. But yeah, I think I'd rather use the oak for something, that isn't going to get beat up as much as my workbench. The workbench is like, yeah, just throw whatever on there. It's going to get beat up. It's going to get burned. It's going to get stained, and or have finish applied or whatever. Because I'm not the type to keep my workbench all, super, nice finish and whatever. It's like it's a place to work. It's not really a high end furniture piece. So how much oak do I have? Got these. And these. And these. And these. And these. So I haven't calculated the board feet, but these are all a little bit wider or a little bit thicker than 1/2 inch. And yeah, so let's see, calipers out here. So these are all planed down to about 0.54 inches, so just over 1/2 inch. 0.53, that one says. 0.54. Yeah, so just over 1/2 inch. And they're all a little bit different in width, but this one's about 1 7/8 wide. That one too. They're all pretty close to that, probably 1 7/8. That one's more 1 3/4. And then they range from as small as this guy, 8 inches, to about 60 inches. So yeah, that's how much oak I've got. Maybe a nice end table or coffee table. Yeah. That's a possibility. Someone in a previous live when I was, I think when my first join team live, they said, I think they said coffee table or nightstands. But yeah, nightstand, coffee table, end table. Yeah, lots of possibilities. So anyway, we'll figure it out one of these days. So the important thing is that I have it, right? It's available to me. So we'll see. All right. Any other questions, concerns, jokes? Cool. Yep. Cool. Agreed. All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it. Thank you, everyone, for joining me tonight or today. And can't wait to see it. Yeah. See you in the next one. Yeah. Thanks, Manly. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And hope you've enjoyed it. And we'll catch everyone next time. Bye-bye.